Hello. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Um, we're going to get started on this trial, but I don't think we're going to have a big head start because it looks like something has gone on. I haven't been able to figure out what, um, but there was some kind of delay. They have gotten started now, but we usually like to have a good enough head start that we can fast forward through stuff. Good morning, or good morning. Good afternoon, Frazzle. I did get some good sleep. Thank you very much. I did. I hope you did too. It was a long weekend with all that going on. Yeah, I have some updates with that. So that's what I was going to say. I think we won't be able to fast forward through a lot today because of whatever delay has gone on. But we'll spend that time going through some updates on the riots and maybe go over Friday debacle in court. I know. I can't either. I haven't been able to figure out what happened. It looked like there was in the courtroom. It looked like maybe there was some kind of chatting going on, but didn't block it. Right? Why? For what? Wow, Frazzle, that's weird. Why? That's really weird. Wow. That surprises me. Well, she does, though. That's not a threat at all. I've said way worse. Wow, that's wild. I'm sorry to hear that. Everything is crazy. She absolutely does need one. She's a psycho. Yeah, all the stuff over there is just too much. It's pretty ridiculous. And I think there's a lot, it's a lot more organized than what they act like, I think. Maybe I really don't know. But I'm pretty sure. I was watching some stuff that I'm going to share with you guys later that I think it was kind of indicates that it's a lot more organized. And then this fool, who knows about this idiot? Oh, I've got this. All right, I'll put it on and see what happens.
All right, do you want to get your next witness ready?
I'm going to get in trouble with Lion King being back here.
seated when you get to your seats. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Walk around the court reporter up the ramp.
All right, right up here.
And if you can scoot in close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Dan Moss. I own a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And is it just you working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone or?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. If that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay. Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's it's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is.
Okay.
So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay. And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with, back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate to a phone call that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 PM from a 480-351-9120 number?
Yes,
And then sort of the business of tinting relating to that initial call.
yes,
The state will move to admit Exhibit 183. I believe that's what I said.
183 is a packet.
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close, 183.
All right, if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. I'll start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-320 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
yes,
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and in fact putting tint on a Jeep?
yes,
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480-20 number?
yeah,
And so this was September 23rd of 2019,
yes,
and then that was at the 1:54 PM.
yes,
Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351? Advise them that you had an appointment available.
yes,
I'm going to zoom in a little on this. Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
yes,
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
yes,
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
yes,
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 AM and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on?
yeah,
Okay. I'm going to put up, can you describe for us what we see here?
looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door
Okay.
glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah,
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351-9120 number.
yeah,
Now, this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
yes,
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them.
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
All the time, people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT. And you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay. So you don't have to try to take off that other tint. You're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle, you clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah. If you slide a VLT meter on there, like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Okay. Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I would guess.
Texas?
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas,
Yes.
but you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay. One other question in this. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you?
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes,
with the Texas license plate.
yes,
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this point?
Not that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the two-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Wow, what was that all about? Why? That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that. Damn.
No questions, Your Honor.
Was it you
All right, are there any
specifically
questions for this witness?
or just anybody?
From the jury? I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down.
Yeah, I definitely
Let's get
am
Cole's next
over
witness.
this sack of crap. I want her to be locked up, throw away the key, and like you said, and I see. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, I know. Me too. It's really disgusting. I agree very much, Queen. I'm right there with you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Thomas Miller, Thomas, MILLER.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, around the court reporter up there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software, it's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images. And simultaneously, it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. Used the term LPR. Is that
Well,
shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called DAYBELL that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, DAYBELL is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link, and that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this DAYBELL system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes, the El Paso Intelligence Center, where the DAYBELL platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our DAYBELL platform.
Okay. So certain law enforcement agencies can get access DAYBELL to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as it's they're ingested into our DAYBELL platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the DAYBELL platform, it will go into the DAYBELL platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times it'll be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi-trucks who have a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader near Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the 2 lanes on that road going westbound.
Okay. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach. Sir, if you can take a look at Exhibit 121. Let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
Yes, I do.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business.
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
121.
121's admitted. 121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish, please. All right. Let's start with the first page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National License Plate Reader diesel system?
Yes, it is.
So in this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD 0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see a highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
What in the world is she gonna ask this guy? Come on. This woman. I agree, guys. We gotta pray. Sick world we live in.
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is it the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times, we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times, depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Interesting.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your.
Sorry,
next
Your Honor.
question.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, is that correct?
And not to my knowledge.
Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure. Distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. Witness has
can-
already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from
I'm
Gilbert,
gonna again
Arizona?
Object
It's
to,
just- The objection
Specify.
sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
just briefly. Sir, you told us that the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into diesel.
So would it be, let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019, at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
And Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar.
I love when she does that. Oh, would you be surprised to learn this or that? It's never anything surprising. No. And whenever you said you don't know where it's at, then so stupid. Let's see what we can.
Please don't put them close to the mic. All right, members of the jury, again, please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m.
Oh, wow.
1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
Wow, they're barely. Wow, there's music. Okay, wow. That's weird. Okay, I'm not trying to hear it. So, what did we, who missed the epic situation that went on last week? Because I'm not going to lie, that was wild. Oh, Lord. We got more peaceful protesting going on. Okay, let's see this. Maybe we can figure out what happened today.
It's the Lunch Live way. Before I start talking, I have to make sure everybody can hear me. And I know we don't have a long time because I actually have to get back in there in about 12 minutes. And today was a day of receipts. Oh my goodness. Making sure, am I good? Okay. I always wait to see something. There we go. There's the first thumbs up. When you guys give me those thumbs up and like this video, that's when I know I can really continue. But yeah, I would call this a morning of receipts and mystery, a morning of mystery and receipts. So first off, a little bit of what was going on. You know, I was the first in line for media, and then others come in. Media seats, good to go. Not enough public seats, not enough public. So everybody's kind of anxious. We're waiting in line, waiting to be taken into court this morning. And we all get in, we all get situated. I get my little lap desk on, my mouse connected to my laptop. I pull it out. I'm typing to you guys with all my typos in chat because that's what I do. And all of a sudden it was everybody get back up, leave the courtroom. Everybody bring your things, get back in line. We're like, what? What is going on here? So we do it. The bailiffs are super nice here. They're great. And then we wait there for a long time. I'm telling Troublemaker what's going on because I know that she's, moderating the live stream and also DJing. I've heard she had some great songs this morning. I've yet to hear them all. And so I'm saying we don't know, but here's our speculation. This is all of our speculation and purely speculation. I have not talked to a single person that claims they know what's going on. I wonder if it may be that the prosecution is wanting to bring in more evidence of Lori's past conviction because of what she brought in, as far as saying she's a loving person with no malice. Because when that was brought up as a possibility during court last week, it was said that Lori wanted a hearing about it, a quick hearing. So it makes me wonder if that was what that was. I don't know. The victims were also sent out of the room. They were in the victims' room. We didn't see them out in the hallway. But then anyway, we were all shuffled back in, same seats. So that was a little startling. Then what happens? Danny Moss shows up. No one knew about Danny Moss, the window tinter with Dan's window tinting, showing up in his company t-shirt for some solid marketing. I applaud it. Way to be a businessman. And also, here I am testifying at for the prosecution. We like him. He's bringing the receipts. Not only does he have actual text sent to an Arizona number, but we have actual photos from his camera and surveillance camera of him tinting the olive green, gray, puke green Jeep. That happened. I was impressed.
Yeah, I noticed that
They
whenever
asked if Lori wanted a cross exam. She flips
was there, that was
around
cool.
to her advisory counsel, the Abernathy. She goes, just a moment, just a moment. Let me talk. She turns around, does some chatting, turns back around, and was like, no, I'm good. She's so dramatic. I want to point that out. Everything Lori does is so dramatic. She just puts up a finger, hold on, and then chatting. And, at one point, also, she handed him notes and looked really upset about something. Very dramatic. And maybe she's upset about the hearing this morning. Who knows? Then what happens is we have another witness, Thomas Miller, and I'm just going to finish up here because I do have to run back in. But Thomas Miller, he is a special agent who works, does the drug route, and they have cameras set up to capture license plates. And what does he capture? Texas plates. in Arizona after the window tinting from a olive greenish looking Jeep. And cross-exam by Lori was done. She pretty much was just like, is this the only photo you got? You know, as in like one receipt isn't enough. She wants multiple, right?
Yeah,
You
that
know,
was
she's
so
gonna say, well,
stupid.
if you didn't see it more than once, it can't be true. I don't know what she's trying to say about that. But she said, this is really the only photo you captured. Yes, yes, it is. The
That was
only one.
stupid.
Yes. And isn't one enough? I don't get it.
I was gonna say, what
One's
difference
enough.
does it make?
It's the Jeep.
Right.
It's the Jeep. But he
One is enough.
actually explained that a lot of people cover up license plates because they'll put on little license plate reflectors that hide the license plate. So it's possible that you know, they had one of those, but yet this one camera was able to get that license plate, and that's all you need. It's all you need. One and done, right? It's been a really interesting morning with these witnesses.
She is.
Someone said in chat, and I
I'm like,
love
what the
this.
hell?
Also,
What-
thank
what
you
is she-
all for the gifted memberships and
That's what I
everyone
mean.
being
She always
so-
has all these
I
got
love our
yous,
community
and
so
they're
much.
not.
But somebody said in chat, like, you think that this case is going to be like the others, and it's not. And I completely agree. This is not. No wonder they divided these two cases. Remember when we used to think that maybe Charles and Brandon would be the same trial? Yeah, no. And now I get why. The evidence is completely different. Lori and Chad's trial, they were actually there was a lot of similar evidence, a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah,
Charles
that's
and
true.
Brandon's cases, so different, completely different witnesses,
Mhm.
evidence, everything. And this is like, you never know what you're going to get. Lori continues to surprise us. Still no clue what this morning was about. I'm hoping we might find out later today.
I
We
hope
also,
it was
by the
a
way,
hearing on that.
You know,
I do.
Duncan, if you remember Nathan Duncan on the stand Friday, he wasn't done. Like, we still need to know if there's going to be a cross exam with Nathan Duncan, and we're now going out of order too. Once again, something is up, and we don't know, but we're getting closer to the end. I can feel it. We are flying through these witnesses, guys, flying.
Yeah,
Lori's,
I agree with that.
MO is really not ask that many questions, not to open too many doors, even though we want those doors to open. She's just declining to ask too many questions from
Yes.
these witnesses. We are flying through these witnesses. I think
Exactly,
honestly, if
exactly.
I'm going to speculate here, I think we could be done this week with this.
That would
trial
be
at
so
the latest.
awesome too, right?
You never know. You never know. Lori never ceases to surprise us. I'm going to head back in because, like I said, we waited in order to do this lunch live, I just wanted to wait for your live stream to be over. I'm in the courtroom, and as most of you know, just to remind you, there's a half-hour delay. So I'm future Lauren in the courtroom and sort of typing out a few things, not too many spoilers, but just enough for you guys to prepare for what's next. And you know,
That
and so
would
you
be
guys are half
actually
hour behind. So
awesome
once we were out,
because
I waited a half
normally
hour
we get
to
some
do this,
kind
but
of
we only
heads
have
up.
an hour lunch, so I've got to go head back in.
And
I'll be future Lauren back on chat. My computer's charging right now. I'll go get situated and bring you the very latest. You never know what's going to happen next, so stick with us.
it would be
Danny
okay if it
Moss
was a
and
if it
Special
was a
Agent
surprise,
Miller,
right? Sit here all thinking
you
that
know, thank you for
just nothing
your
but boring
receipts.
ass shit going on.
Evidence is
Her dumb
solid.
ass.
It is solid. There is nothing
And all of a
you
sudden that
can
shit
do
just come flying
about
out.
the evidence.
That would be so awesome.
All right, guys, heading back in. Her face does look puffy. I agree. No, she's not, you know, her hair is down. She's not doing like the Pebbles style today. Her hair is looking nice. I'll give her that. She's in a
Oh, I
black
got a good.
blazer. But she is looking, she's looking rough, in my opinion, from what I can see. Like, she's not looking as made up. She's not looking as dolled up. She's looking angrier. The aging serial killer look is sort of showing through.
Yep, that's
All
what you
right,
said,
guys,
frazzled.
I will
I'm looking
see
a little
you
rough.
guys back in there. Yeah. Okay. May justice be served. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Okay, I know I got a good one for us to watch real quick. And I'm hopefully I'm gonna find another one that was so good. Oh my god. Look at this though. Oh. She is. I know, look what they were doing. I think this one, she came right back this time, I think. Yeah, she came right back this time. Look at this. Oh, yeah, I saw that this morning. So awesome. Look, it was so cute. Me too. I know, try me, right? I saw a video, gosh, last night or this morning of both of them mastering their landings. It was just so sweet. I hope everything's okay, try me. Did you what kind of videos? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, shit gets heavy though, right? Yeah, I think that's it. It gets heavy, right? Yeah, I did last night. By the time I got off, I worked on jigsaw puzzle for a while just to of gizmos. Yeah, did you? Okay. I know. This right here can just turn a frown upside down, right? I love these guys. When they were both gone the other day, it was so sad to see the nest empty. Yeah. Do you have, try me, do you have lupus too? Oh my gosh, I didn't know. That was very heavy. It was. I cannot handle so much ugly and destruction, and that makes me crazy. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, stress is not good for your health, for sure. It's not. Oh no, I didn't see that, but I actually have seen some little birds going up there. That's funny because I did see it, but look at them just tree hopping. Oh my gosh, they're doing so good. I wonder if they'll keep the camera up. Because I want to see whatever, I want to see everything, everything. They are, huh? I know. I love them so much. And it's funny because when they fly off, you get this idea like they're so far away somewhere. They're really not. They're just right there, right? Like, no, be careful. And then one day they will. I wonder if we ever see them bring a fish in. I wonder about that. Oh, so they went to the same tree, did they? Did I miss something? Oh, okay, I see her now. Oh, okay. Oh, good, good. I know, I don't need them to leave. Very therapeutic. Plus, I love them. Right, right. Yeah, I remember Top Hat saying that. They are really good with zooming in on them, right? That's actually super amazing to me. They got that shit dialed in good. That's why I kept trying to tell Debbie we would definitely see it. Maybe not immediately, like maybe not live, but we would definitely see it. And then we haven't seen Debbie since the pledge. Wait, what is this? Okay, we're gonna watch this. Actually, I could watch this forever. And ever and ever and ever. Jack does funny look when he's He does the funniest look when he'll put his eyes like this and he's looking this way, but he turns his head, he points, cracks me up. Oh, nice. That is very nice. Try me. And they're harder than girls, typically. That is very nice, right? I remember when my kids were little and I was like, as soon as everybody can put themselves in the car and go to the bathroom on their own, the talk of another child was not even a thing. Heck no. This is so funny. If you missed it, then here it is. If you didn't and you saw it already, it's still actually, you know what? I don't know if I've seen it. I heard it. I can't remember if I've actually watched it. But this is epic and it's awesome.
It was me that you were talking about that convinced her that you were gay. Is that what you were referring to?
In that context, I never said that Lori is the one who convinced Melanie that I was gay.
Okay.
What was all that? Why did she want to keep talking about this too? This was so dumb.
So in the second paragraph, it didn't say she's the one that convinced her that I'm gay.
Improper impeachment, refreshing, I'm not sure
None of
what
that
she's
has
doing.
anything to do with you
Sustained.
trying to kill people and you killing people.
Would you like to read it again?
Nothing.
If you would like me to, I can read it again.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
It's line 251.
Okay. Thought I did this before. Legs, did you see this last week? You did not? This is so good. Don't miss it. Don't walk away. This is so good.
Thank you.
That's what I've been waiting for.
Did that
a long
refresh your
time.
recollection?
Yes, I read a different line. That is the in 251. I did specifically say that I thought you.
That I had convinced her.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay?
I said that I specifically thought that you had been involved in convincing her that I'm gay. Yes, correct.
Okay. And so she did not show you herself a video of you dancing Pink Pony.
Checked
Is that
again, Your
correct?
Honor, to relevance to 404B.
Sustained. It's all sustained.
And what was your understanding of how I convinced Melanie of this accusation?
Kind of speculation.
Can we sidebar?
We don't have to watch this. I mean, why would, I mean, this looks like a clip I would make if I could make them. Nobody needs all this. Wow, really? Oh, they did have.
About 50. We're going to take a 50.
Okay, this is so good.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, morning recess. We will resume in about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury.
Right. She needs to quit getting help. Yep. I think so, Fresno. Me too. I haven't watched it. Now I know I definitely haven't watched it. I only heard it. I was driving when this happened.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. We've concluded that sidebar, a record's been made. I would just caution the defendant, again, she needs to be very careful, and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things and specific acts
And she is wrong.
Of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on...
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like...
to your advisory council during the break, and
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay.
to me that way. I'm
Take her
very
out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Bro, no, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your
Love
advisory
it.
council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
And I wish I was in the courtroom. Oh, boy. Right. Boom. That's right. Get the fuck out, bitch. Get out, you sassy crass. Get
The
ass.
parties are present, the jury's not present. Ms. Daybell, if you continue to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection, if you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
Yes,
he
and I'm
was
just going to
shocked
ask a
at
few
that.
questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when we get up there, that's fine. I'm just going to clarify a few things and then I'll move on
You mean with me or with the witness?
with the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium. Depending on when we finish with this witness,
That was so good. I bet he was totally surprised that she apologized. I was. Clearly she spoke to her advisory people and they told her, you need to stop because seriously, I mean, besides the fact that you were a nasty, hateful killer, you're not. That was absolutely amazing. I love it. I love it. It's going to be one of my favorite things forever. I can't believe I haven't watched it yet. I've been too busy. I mean, had a lot going on. Everybody trying to burn down fucking LA. That's just take up my whole weekend. Yep. Yeah, you know they did. I can't imagine. The thing is, I'm sure they have tried to tell her this whole time certain things about, you know, probably better not do that, whatever. But I can't imagine. I mean, you see who she is. I would not be able to. First of all, I would not be able to advise an evil fucking murder like that. That wouldn't work for me. I wouldn't be able to have a civil relationship with them. But yeah, no, you know what? There wasn't a juror there. The jury was already out. I thought about that too, though, Trimey. I wonder who that was. I've seen her do that because where she was looking was the people sitting behind the prosecution. So I don't know who over there. There's nobody in the gallery that wants her to smile at them. Even the people behind the defense. That is just people there to watch and some media. Nobody is there to support her. Yeah, I saw that. They're not going to stop. Exactly. Well, fortunately for you, probably you're not. I know here in Arizona, we definitely are. And she shouldn't, like he tried to tell her that was a courtesy of that she happened to have that. He told her she doesn't have to have advisory council, that he wanted them there in case they needed to step in. But that's not something you chose to represent yourself, then you need to do that. It's a stupid thing to do. And, the thing is, she knew that no matter what, she was going to be convicted of these. I'm pretty sure she knew that. And so it really didn't matter. She did. She chose. Exactly. And it's so stupid. He has actually helped her a lot. Yeah, I heard that. Where were they getting shoes? I can't remember. I did hear something about him getting shoes last night. I was falling asleep trying to listen to some stuff, but I was really tired. I started a puzzle and pretty much got the edge done. I guess I did a little bit more than that, but not much. I was tired. I know. That's right. Try me. I know. Would that not just be, that's another thing that would, like, could somebody even accidentally hit it? Hopefully, maybe. That would be another really fun surprise, right? All of a sudden, just have her. That would be so awesome. I mean, if you do it on accident, really, I'm like, are you going to get in trouble? I don't think so. Hey, I have no idea how the damn thing works. That would be hilarious. I don't know. I kind of, it's weird that nobody knows what happened this morning to cause the delay. So I'm telling you, if next thing you know, somebody comes in, a witness comes in, and they start talking about her convictions, oh boy, this is going to get so good. Oh my God. I hope. I know. Yeah, me too. That's what I hope so. I hope so. Oh my God, that would be so freaking awesome. Actually, the way things sounded last Friday morning, I kind of thought that, I mean, the judge said that that is what she did, but it sounds like they just gave her a warning. Because she has. And she keeps on doing, she's done it the whole time. This, like today, whenever he said, ignore that sound. Did you hear what he said? What did he say? Ignore that, that noise, that sound. Because that was like that, kind of a smart ass little gesture she made. I can't remember what I was listening and I thought, what's he going to call that? Because I don't know what you call that. And he said that noise or that sound or something. Oh my God. But she does that shit all the time. She gets by with a lot of it. I think even Trina K is like, oh my God. Like, just fucking say it then, whatever. I don't know what these people are thinking about her. I'm pretty sure they hate her guts. And the whole thing, like I was listening to the lawyer, and this is not anything that I don't already know myself, obviously. Everybody does. But, the way he was explaining how this is like fucks with everything. When she wants to screw with the schedule, like this just, it trickles down and it's just this whole thing. Besides what you're doing to the potential jurors, besides what, everybody has schedules. Not everybody is just, conformed to spending the rest of their damn life in prison. So, especially for her to say, I didn't want to, what was it? She didn't want to inconvenience anybody or whatever. Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit, you didn't. Wow, there is still a song being played over there. I like to keep the sound on so I can hear him come back, but I don't know about that little ditty that's playing. Really not my style. But I guess it was a nice touch, really. I just never heard him do it. So, Jerry said she was going on a trip. I hope she's having a good time. It's an inconvenient. Yeah, it is. It is. Every damn thing she does is. No, we're not behind today. That's what I'm saying. They got a late start. I was able to fast forward a little bit.
Oh no,
but not the whole thing. And I started. Aw, you hear? Oh, that was too cute. Aw. Hold on. You're gonna knock it over. You're gonna knock it over. Yeah, there you go. No, so I fast forward. It looked like maybe half hour, maybe. That's why Lauren was saying she thinks they were having those hearings. Isn't it? Can you tell, Frazzle? Isn't it so cute? He really is. He's doing so good. He's so sweet. Oh, let me look on X. And then the thing is, so because there's a 30-minute delay, so I put us at, an hour ahead, but they did not start on time at all. Okay, let me see what Nate is saying. Okay, 17 minutes ago, he said he's back in the courtroom. So that means that we have just about 15 minutes. I know, me too. Me too, frazzled so much. Less than 15 minutes. Because he keeps on let me see. He tweets a lot. So they're back at it and have been, but because of the delay, we're not. Yeah, I don't appreciate the shit she puts everybody through all the time. Honestly, it's always something. Let me see if I can find that one that was so good. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, you know what else? Okay, in case anybody missed that, we did figure out Trina K did end up saying that that there is an active investigation against or on Melanie Pulowski. That I was very happy to hear because, yeah, that needs to happen. That stupid bee. Oh, I think. Oh. I'm trying to find. Oh, yeah, here you go. This is a really good one. Look at that, Sunny. Oh my God. So awesome. Nate's I know this is a good video, right? I love this one. They both come back. I just love it. I love it. So this is Gizmo that came back first, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, didn't they though? Try me. I love it. Oh no, okay, this was, no, right, Sunny came back first. Okay. They did so good. Oh my gosh. But this was awesome because this was Gizmo's first time out and she came back like good. She did good. Yeah, this is Sunny. Yeah, it is. Actually, Gizmo goes back to the top of the tree first and then comes in. I'm pretty sure. This is a really good video though. The one I watched too. Look at Sunny just took it. Oh, Jackie has it again now. She's feeding. Oh, I love when you do that. This fight, look at, they see Gizmo coming. Oh my god.
Fly, fly,
Isn't that hilarious? Yeah, she went to the top first. But she comes in. She does so good. Sunny stayed up there for the longest time. In December too. Look at that. Oh my god. That is the best. They both came and they both stayed there. That was yesterday. They both stayed there last night. They both left this morning, but that's the coolest thing. Me too. Oh my god. Look at this. Look at Jackie. I feel like she's saying, look at our girls. Trying to tell Daddy, come look at our girls. They're amazing. Yeah. Yeah, they totally are. I make up. I know Jackie was trying to tell Shadow, come. These babies. Amazing. It doesn't look like there was anything left to eat for Gizmo, but Gizmo was getting a lot. Yeah, I don't know, Tiny. I don't know. I wonder. Queen and I need to find out because we need to go. Oh, okay. I'm sure. Oh, I'm definitely going to do that. When I go, I am definitely doing that. I have to be able to do that. And even though, like soon, Becky and Shadow won't be in the nest, but they'll be around there. Can you imagine if we just saw them going down on the water getting fish and stuff? I know, right? It is. I can't wait to go to have Look at that, it turned dark. See, look, it's empty. It's sad to see it empty. You know, it's sad, but it's good, right? It's what's supposed to happen. Right, Frazzled? When they have the babies in the nest, it is closed in that area. Oh, okay. Awesome. Thanks, Queen. You can hear all of it. You can hear all that going on. Or all of that. You can hear stuff going on, I mean. Where is... Okay, this is camera 2. I know. Amazing. It's such a gift they've given us without even knowing it. Isn't that wild? They have no idea how much people love them. It'll be nice. I kind of hope that they do bring like if they get a fish of their own and bring it up there that we can. They're not trying to share though. And that's good. That is a good. So I guess we'll know if there's more. Oh, actually there's not. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. I should be able to figure it out by this. So they've been back in the courtroom for 34 minutes. But, you know, there's all the settling and whatnot. Do we want to have a bet that she will have at least one more type of an outburst? I mean, last time she really didn't have an outburst of any kind. She just was very snippy. But she's gone ahead and had a few outbursts in this one. Do we want to make some kind of wager on if she's going to have at least one more? Because, you know, she seemed to be a lot more. Here we go. We're back. Okay, hold on. That's so funny. That cracks me up. Razzle. Full on meltdown. Yep. That would not surprise me. Jack is talking to the dogs. Okay. Okay. Let me bring it back in. That is too funny. Yeah, she has not been able to help herself. I was so surprised that she apologized, and she did seem to behave better that afternoon. But I can't, I mean, I definitely can see another outburst, 100%. Hey, freaking. We're just getting back from their lunch. Getting this showboat on the road, this shit show.
All right, do you have your next witness here?
I do.
How are you, ma'am?
She's going to be really out of order.
Okay.
So I will make an offer of proof. She created the DNA profile for Alexander Cox.
Who are we talking about?
It's Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
Okay.
She no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out to California. So she created the DNA profile for the known sample from Alexander Cox. Detective Pillar attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the profile came from?
yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying, but Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Marianne Robb. Then I would resume with Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that through Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them.
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe
Okay.
techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
All right.
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
Okay.
and what the swabs are.
All right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Do you want, are they lined up or, okay.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford, that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it. If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Emmy Lynn Sapinoso is simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little,
order?
it could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that that type of sequence if they're not able to. So
Yeah, obviously, because we started 2 days late last week, due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So
Okay.
we're doing what we can with what we got.
all right, let's bring the jury in. All right, please be seated. The jury's back. Again, we're still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here and my clerk will swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Talk around the court recorder, up the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in 2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at the Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA, can you talk to us about first sort of DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in the laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known, and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform the creating a DNA profile for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander Cox?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert item.
Okay. And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? What do they do to get that to you?
Yes, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. Then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
So when you received the blood blot, that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot. Can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes.
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case in Alexander Cox?
Yes.
The state has no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Not seeing any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? L-I-S-A-D-E-R-R-Y. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. On the court order, up the rank.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. After some times in some biotechnology labs, I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program. After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process is?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes again, and then I'm going to remove swab material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to January, I think 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up.
Yes,
Would looking at your notes help refresh your recollection as to whether or not that occurred here?
it would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May I
If you
look
could
at them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided with a swab 645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seat belt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 64589 from the passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent. And then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would add an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal, my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I may go get my next witness.
All right, go ahead and come up here in front of my clerk.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Mary Ann Robb, M-A-R-I-A-N-N-E, R-O-B-B.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Around the clerk of the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Robb. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34 years.
Where did you work prior to Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
What were your duties at the Gilbert Police Department?
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreau.
After speaking with Brandon Boudreau for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. I'll pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did, exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreau, when you first contacted him, said anything about BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first, he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No,
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Do you recall him saying that he hadn't seen that before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you in fact ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car, to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole, and we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes,
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my we have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that, as you can see on what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. Contacted Brandon initially in the street when you showed him the bullet hole and came back. Can you tell us his demeanor over that time span from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. you know, this car, this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's like, he's just kind of bewildered on like, what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
It was the description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we can see that, it was on, that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him. And he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then he, like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because he just called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4-door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about the type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly.
Okay. I don't want to be rude or anything, but I'm sure she's a great cop. But I do find her a little annoying. But probably the reason is I feel really sure that watching the body cam, that she did not think it was a bullet hole. I think, from what I can recall, now I could be wrong. When the next cop came, got there, he said that was a bullet hole, and she was like, I don't know that. Like, she questioned him, and he said no. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. I feel really sure that she did not think that was. That's why I started listening to her, and I was like, I hope she doesn't say she was the first one on scene. She said she was. Yes, I think she did. Okay, I'm glad someone else. I think that's what she said. I'm gonna look it up. I'll let it keep playing, but I'm like, she's like, yep, just all. I don't believe that's what the body cam shows, but we'll see.
That's where he started making that left into, he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement officer, retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually open up the bolt. The projector, the casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two-door, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out.
Okay, I found the body cam.
Because it's a long rifle.
As soon as there's a break, especially since we cannot
Casing, if it was a semi-auto,
fast forward, we're gonna watch it because
right there somewhere.
I'll wait and watch with you guys.
Or
but
maybe in between the passenger seat and that
I'm
area.
pretty sure I know what I'm talking about.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived
Oh
at the
my
scene
God,
that
that's
you didn't
too
expect
funny,
to find a casing
freaking.
because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
It's hilarious.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove?
She would annoy me in my real life, I
Do
think.
you want to just open the window? And
Yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear shot, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detective
Yes,
dispatched out to the scene.
I'm pretty sure Lori is gonna know that.
Now, while you were...
Because I feel like she's fibbing right now.
The person who was having contact with Brandon...
I hope I'm wrong.
Observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, was, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon.
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you try to, or did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
I think that that is a very, that's a whole lot of scalp, in my opinion, but
Did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility 2 and 2 together that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah,
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
that is correct. He's moving in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday, he had been physically moving into this house?
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes.
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
Yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes.
You told us that at some point Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes.
You, at some point, talked to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
State has no other questions. Your Honor.
Cross.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is fine.
retired? Okay. Officer Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah,
maybe 2, 3 feet, maybe?
okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay, and then where did you park when you drove up?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes,
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
Now, when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I could give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile and I was looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like, see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later?
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here. The projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 inches to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up and it would have been kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car,
An upward motion.
kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay. And so did you give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat, is that correct? The back door
Yes,
to the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
no.
How about glass?
Which glass, in the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just, was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No,
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a what is that, a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
Okay. And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun?
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
Let's see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay, but he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't
Okay.
know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
Possibility.
Yeah. Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk,
Okay.
I remember.
But initially, he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him, that he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
Object to speculation.
Sister?
She so wants to act like that nobody shot that car.
You had stated
I
that
can't stand this
Brandon had
bitch.
conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes,
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
that is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then his phone and show you a color of a green and said green.
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camel green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock,
I don't believe so, no.
but you heard him say the word camo green.
That is correct.
And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know if silencer on a rifle, I have no idea. I've never heard silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know silencer.
People
on a
don't
handgun,
use
but not on a
silencers
rifle, so I don't know how
that
loud
often.
or how quiet it would be.
Okay.
And she acts
And so
like,
if you're
you know,
inside
in
a
the heat of the
car, like a
moment, that
nice
you're going to
car, right,
remember
like a
all these.
Tesla, and all the windows are shut, the doors are shut, maybe you
Smart
have the
fucking
radio
mouth.
on. You might not even hear a loud, I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Well, there clearly wasn't a silencer.
She
There wasn't one.
she testified she hasn't experienced this.
So fucking drop it. Christ.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet?
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes?
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe two.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his two friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house, so.
She's trying to be a
before he was
total
under the tree,
smartass
He was sitting at the front of the house?
because she keeps acting like everybody's
that correct?
making this up because,
When I initially
you know, or he
arrived,
shot it
No,
himself
after
or
you spoke to him for the
what
first
the
few
fuck
minutes.
ever.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
The only defense she has is it not having happened, that Alex didn't do it because she's already tied way too much to
And in your
the
notes,
by
did
the
you
phone
write a report?
shit.
I did.
But see, that tone is very suspicious. Like people are lying, right? I can't stand it. Me too. She's
Is the
pissing me
neighbor
off
that
bad.
you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just gonna look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybach?
Raybuck,
Oh,
yes.
Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you,
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustained.
did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
Again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybach in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No,
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
no.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay.
No, she's not a detective. She didn't investigate this. God.
And in your report, do you
I don't
remember
know.
reporting that it was like pinky green?
I would have
Oh
to.
my God, this
get a
fucking color
recollection.
shit.
I'm not
I
sure
swear
about
I hate
that.
this woman. I don't know. She had a list of people, but she never ends up
Memory by looking at your report.
Yes.
turning in any of the work or any of the paperwork. She never follows through with anything. She can never answer their relevancy. None of them have any relevancy. Never have. God, she's so irritating. The color of this. Yeah, because they had the color wrong. How many times? I had a car one time. Sometimes I thought it was brown. Sometimes I thought it was green. And it sounds to me like this is the color of this. People sometimes thought it was gray. It was considered a green, but it looked really brown to me most of the time. Right. Who's going to help? She wants to bring people in that as character. That's not.
Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
See, they can look different, right? Right?
Sustain, you can rephrase that.
And apparently it was gray.
Witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun. Is that correct?
No,
did.
he said he thought
it
he
was
saw
something in
one.
the front that he believed was a silencer.
He never said, oh my Lord, I really hate this bitch. We heard it through the somebody's Ring camera. We heard the fucking thing. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid rotten bitch. I can't fucking stand her. So sick of her smart ass. Oh, right. Colorblind. Right. The thing is, you just get shot. You know, things are a little bit hectic, right?
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is
Well, because most people don't believe somebody just fucking shot at them. You know, if you're not in a fucking
on
gang and
scene,
shit, that kind
did
of
it
stuff doesn't
become
just happen.
clear to you when you went up to
So
the
shut
Tesla
up, you
that he had
stupid fucking
no idea
whore.
there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
God, I hate her.
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor,
He just
about him having
ate him
sort of
some
no
lunch.
idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know
He liked it a lot.
what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you
That's
what
so
he
cute.
saw and what happened as he drove up,
Oh,
right?
she's giving me a fucking
That
headache.
is correct.
Okay. So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes,
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
that is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered,
That is correct.
and that after that he went straight.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler,
Yes,
2 doors,
yes,
that it had that Texas license plate on it,
that's correct.
the direction and location where it was parked.
Yes,
Did Brandon tell you
Wow.
that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That is correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility, they were thinking there could be somebody in the house, so when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe
you?
so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going
Oh,
on.
that-
And then,
okay.
yeah, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
Kind of had him
Yeah,
follow
Frozen.
you
My
there?
thinking is
Yes.
it was just kind of like all happened very fast, but yeah.
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with
And I
911?
even
That's
think that a
correct.
lot of people kind of see something a different type of a color.
In terms
I mean,
of the
not
distance
majorly,
between
but
the
I don't know.
Jeep and the,
Yeah, I don't know. Isn't that, you're right.
Tesla.
It is. It has been right on her head today. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
was it just a little
You know,
more than the width
You would just
of
be
the driveway,
dumbfounded, right? You don't
basically?
know.
I'm gonna put up exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
Oh,
And this
here,
is
see?
Brandon's driveway?
Yes,
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol, yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I wrote it down.
Wow, they haven't been having this. I think this is the first time they've had a question, huh? Right? Yeah, I can't wait to hear what it is. I know. I know. I was like, oh my God. Seriously. Wow. That's funny. There's Brandon and his wife right there. I am so glad that They said Melanie Pulaski is under investigation. Makes me very happy. Ugh. That's funny when I think Freakin' was gone, but when I looked at the thing and saw her question, I never knew.
Well, would it be easier or harder to hit a closer
Yeah.
target?
Actually be, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of?
I didn't notice.
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on
Sorry.
whoever,
Right, any
if you're using, actually
Okay,
be, if
sorry, I
you
had
have
to
a
see her foot.
sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the
I'm not even
recoil, and
sure.
your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit
Let
the
me
target.
see.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times.
Okay, let's see. I think I must have been running my mouth. Sorry about that.
Well, would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually be, if you have a sight.
Closer target.
Wait.
Well, would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually be, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement
I don't really
of
even
the
actually
object you're
understand that.
striking also play into the difficulty
That was-
of?
Did they really write 4 like that?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
Okay. So, right? For if I were 5, what the fuck was that? I think that was weird. No. A break. I'm gonna put that body cam on.
Hmm?
I noticed a green Jeep Wrangler.
Okay.
It's like a pukey green
Okay.
color. Had a Texas plate. I
Mhm.
just moved in like a week ago, so I
Okay.
thought maybe it was just my neighbor.
Okay.
So as I was kind of pulling in, they lifted their like back window.
Okay.
I saw a muzzle. They shot.
Are we talking a real gun,
I don't-
a BB gun?
It's got to be like a BB gun or an airsoft.
Okay,
It was
so
loud.
they shot, then what happened?
It hit my window, and instead
Mhm.
of turning in, it scared me really bad. And
Okay.
I thought, I'm getting shot at, so I drove straight. So
Okay.
I drove straight really fast.
Okay.
Pulled around the corner, got my phone out, called 911, sat there, drove a little further up. I watched them come around the corner. And
What do you mean coming around the corner? Coming around the corner where?
So I drove up there. I drove
Okay.
street,
Gotcha.
made a right, went a little further.
Okay.
Parked by, there's a park right there.
So he went northbound on that
northbound.
street.
Turned right, and I watched him turn right down here, and there was only one way out of this neighborhood.
Okay.
It was on Pecos and Wrecker, so I told that to the dispatcher.
Okay, so he was on Wrecker. He went, but you don't know if he went onto Pecos. You just know Wrecker Road.
Well, he didn't get on Wrecker. He stayed on this, and he came out on. He had to have gone out on Pecos because that's the only way.
Oh, he stayed in the neighborhood. He did not go out to Wrecker. I got you covered. Okay.
And I was nervous, so I was kind of waiting because I didn't want him to follow me.
So we don't know where, if he went on Pecos, left, right.
I don't. I didn't follow him anymore. I was a little uncomfortable.
Okay. 11 Paul 22, just for information on units, left the neighborhood south toward Pecos and unknown from that location. Okay.
So it was really loud, so that's why I didn't
Uh-huh.
think BB gun, but it could have been maybe.
Well, let's look. So you were just pulling into the driveway. They were sitting here.
Yeah. So I was.
So were they facing then west? Because if they opened the back.
Yeah, he opened the back, and there had been two people, I think, because
Okay.
so quick. They were parked right here,
Right, facing that way.
facing towards this van.
Gotcha.
And so my window was like perfectly aligned because I was kind of starting to pull in.
Okay, so you didn't totally pull in yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see my window. It shattered, but it didn't go through, which means it couldn't have been a real bullet. And I didn't think about that for a second.
Oh. Whoa. Hello. Is that
Sorry, my
who's?
fault, I'm not there.
Okay, I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Is this going to shut on me if I get close?
No, because I'll
Okay.
put the key inside.
Well, I don't think that's a BB gun.
One friend calling us, engine 459. It's been holding for over 2 hours.
All right.
District 6.
All right, so it looks like they shot up anything at there. All right, so you just moved in.
Yeah.
Okay, you just moved. Okay, so was this a vacant home at the time?
Previously, yeah. It's
Okay.
a rental.
All right. So you're the owner though, right now, or you still
the lease.
you're okay? So you're just renting it. Did the
One second,
owners
Bobby.
of the house? Can I open?
Yeah.
Is this how do you open this door? Go ahead.
Right.
Ah, look at you.
Sorry.
That's pretty sweet.
112, Officer Taylor.
Anyway, did the owners of the house say anything to you who was renting the house before you or anything?
No.
All right. Do you have any enemies? Anybody that you?
Just went through a divorce. There was some crazy stuff that happened with her aunt killed her husband, but I would hope that has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be very weird.
Did you live here in the valley before?
I've
Where'd
lived
you
here
move
for
from?
10 years.
I'm sorry?
I've lived here for 10 years.
Okay, so you moved, where'd you move from? Here in Gilbert
I just sold
or?
a house over on Quinn, just right by that.
Okay, okay. And no issues at work, no issues, enemies or anything? Okay.
Other than the only people that I could even think of would be that group. But,
The family,
Yeah.
your ex-wives?
yeah.
All right.
Hey, Kentucky woman. No way.
It's kind of weird.
I'm glad you're here.
All right, let me grab my camera and get some pictures. All right, so you were coming here. Did it look like a long rifle? Did it look like a rifle type?
Yeah. like a rifle or something. Like there was a muzzle. There was like some kind of a muzzle thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they just lifted up the back gate and shot.
Okay. So they were shooting this way. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't updated in a little while. I think there's some stuff I was gonna go over some of it whenever we're not listening to the trial. But I don't know exactly what all's gone on today. I know some stuff has. But I've been watching this, so I guess the answer is I don't know. Just gonna take me a while to get there.
Hey, head over this way to the house. I want to show you something. Yeah, I
Is
think it
it?
might be adults.
Shit.
But yeah, I think this might be a real gun too.
Oh God.
Not sure. I just want to show you real quick.
Okay, she does say
Right
it there.
here, right in the street here on Phelps. He
Okay.
was,
I was wrong.
heading westbound, just about to drive into his driveway. And the green Jeep was parked right here on the side, right next to his house, just west of the house, facing west. And whoever was in the back opened up the back of the Jeep Wrangler, the little door in the back, whatever you want to call it, the flip thing, and shot once. So the guy
Oh God, that's so
didn't
crazy.
make it into his driveway. It shot and it actually hit the driver's window, blew out the window. And so the guy got scared and kept driving westbound. And then as he's round the corner, that's when the Jeep Wrangler took off, kind of circled in the neighborhood, and then headed toward Pecos, don't know where. So I'm going to take some pictures. Okay, bye.
They do watch this in court.
Where
I think
was the
when
window?
she sees,
Where did that land? Because I'm assuming you picked that up.
It actually stayed on my door.
Oh, really?
okay, when she does this with the guy though, that's a part I actually want to see. Now I'm glad I saw. I don't recall that part right there. I am happy about that. But I feel like when the other guy comes up is what I was thinking. But I'm glad I'm not right about this so far.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, when I drove around.
So when you got out of your car right now is where it lays.
Because you saw it just opens automatically as soon as
Yeah.
it opened. The window off, and so
That's just weird how that opens. That would freak me out. All righty. All right. So whereabouts? What were you say? Were you about right
She is
here?
irritating though.
right here.
Okay.
I saw the tailgate lift up.
Yeah.
Pointed the gun at me. Shot.
Okay. So it would have
I
went.
heard a loud boom.
Yeah.
My window shattered, and then I just.
Right. I'm trying to figure out trajectory. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, there's nothing.
It's stuck in there.
You think so?
Absolutely.
That's what I was wondering, but I don't see. It's got to be back in here. I'm not touching. Anyway.
Who's pissed off at you?
Okay, that's what I was thinking of. See, he said it's stuck in there. And she said, "You think so?" I was thinking that she didn't think it was a gun. So there we go. I am corrected. Okay, court is back in session. That was perfect. Perfect. Let's get this over with.
Back up.
Who is this? I know. I'm going to get some coffee right now. I feel tired. What is this? I know it sounds good, huh? 'Cause I don't know. This looks weird, though. This is like her, part of her counsel or something.
All right, thank you. The jury is now present. The parties are present. We'll resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pilar, Detective Pilar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar.
Oh,
mental
okay.
block.
This is a guy from last week.
That that was started on Friday afternoon. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Right.
All right. So last Friday, when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about again the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. A sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from.
Yes.
And then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed.
Correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed.
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
Correct.
Okay. You had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mhm.
Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about collecting this evidence in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you process the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though?
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process?
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD0997?
Yes.
Were you working with the crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashek?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility?
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th.
Okay.
And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there, was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes.
Did the Jeep itself have, I'll call it, integrity tape on the doors?
Yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep, to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
Your Honor, the state has shown the defendant exhibits 48 through 68. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes,
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
correct,
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
Good to see you, Barbara.
So
And yes,
when we see.
I live in Arizona too,
Exhibit
and this
48,
is the
it's just
first
sort
I've heard of
a
it.
Beginning photo to let us know, again,
Same.
the sort of case number
Hey,
that we
Happy.
would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began.
Correct.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50.
See,
that
it looked
again shows
green,
some of
didn't
the
it?
seals.
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes,
Was that associated to Texas?
yes it is. It was.
Didn't that look
51,
green
is
on
that
the
sort of
first
showing
picture?
a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting?
Yes, that
on
was
this
her
vehicle?
husband's Jeep.
Yes,
Were you able to see into the vehicle
no, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
with a flashlight?
Yes,
Yeah, the first
Exhibit
picture though looked
53,
green
closer
a
up
little
of the
bit to
seals
me.
and the tinting on the
I see
window.
gray from now on,
Very
but
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
when it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals. there.
right.
Yes,
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57 is that sort of a whited out, and 58.
There's green on
photo
it.
of the license plate.
yes,
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
correct.
Now, in Exhibit 60, are we seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward?
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you
She does. She does,
talk
Happy.
with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes,
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreau had explained occurred on October 2nd?
yes,
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area.
Correct, that back window opened it partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lasik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes.
Yeah,
Were you looking to the
prison
the
hasn't
hard
been
top
so
of
good
that
on the looks, right?
Yes.
and
Looks a
then,
little weathered.
the rear window, meaning this rear window?
Yes, and as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes,
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreau?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreau told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes,
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
yes,
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
yes,
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
yes,
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
yes,
Was GSR taken from this passenger side?
Looks like
rear
she could
window?
use some better
From
shampoo,
this
I think,
head
conditioner or
brush or
something. It looks
roof
really
up there.
dry
correct, yes.
and tangly. Yeah, it does. It looks like it's not
While this
brushed.
was, let me ask you this, who actually
I feel like it's not.
took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lasik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the
Were
Jeep.
you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle.
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the
Right,
steering wheel,
Fuzzled?
the door handles to exit
was
and enter the
funny.
vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seatbelt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR
I don't know,
read
Happy.
and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. She changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
We need some WD-40 in there because somebody's chair squeaks.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes,
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
yes,
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
no fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes,
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
yes,
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
yes,
Rear view mirror?
yes,
And the same for the passenger side?
yes,
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
yes,
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of, that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered.
nothing that was usable, correct.
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes,
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence
Yep,
is
it's their last shit show.
sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes,
And that was done
Oh.
back at Gilbert Police Department?
correct.
That's funny.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning, we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix, and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there two
Yeah.
GSR
We don't hear anything
kits?
from
Let me
old
ask you
man
this.
tits, right?
Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so that, are they all kept
That's
together in their
hilarious.
own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645886 and 645888?
Yes, and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lishek in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number?
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645889?
Yes.
And the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890?
Yes.
And the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891?
Yes.
And the swab for the gear shift as 645893?
Yes.
The swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645.
Wow, Legs, I'm not.
Yes.
The swab for the
Yeah,
lug nuts
wow.
of that spare tire is 645895.
Yes.
The swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645896.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
We've also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded with into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emilyn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808-7
Yes.
480-489
Yes.
480-3
Yes.
and 480?
Yes.
So
I do think she almost gives the impression like
and
if she
is
gets by with
Track
this,
Phone, I guess one of the
she's home
subsidiaries
free.
of Verizon?
She kind of acts like that.
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon,
Wow.
have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that had been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Yeah, but she comes off like she gives this impression like she might be okay if she can
I can
win
add
this one.
my-
Yeah, that hair needs to be washed. It needs to be combed.
both of them.
Actually, I wish somebody would cut the shit because it's just irritating. I can't stand her hair. Yep. No, she's pure evil. She is. That's what I mean. All this sarcasm. You're just like, you know what? And then look, by her, see, she gets to sit there like she's part of something,
I
like
can
she's
have my
not
paralegal
the
approach
devil in
177
disguise
and
sitting right there.
176.
Right? That would work too. Pull it right the hell out of her head.
Do you recognize those two
And then
exhibits
zap
as
the belt.
cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry, 176, 177 are admitted.
We've heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance,
I
the
agree.
Chandler Police Department
Legs, I
from
do.
the July incident?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with 179.
Yeah. My babies, my babies. Stupid bitch. He's such a pussy. He makes me sick.
Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them, a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
He's so worthless. I can't stand that guy.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480-489? Call the phone number associated to Lori Vallow. and the
Nobody has these numbers anymore. They
480-351,
don't have phones in prison. Just
the
say
number
them or
associated to Alex Cox.
That's
for
actually
October
irritating.
2nd of 2019.
Yes, I did.
I mean, who is really trying to get him?
This is Exhibit 179.
Right. Some people are kind.
On these records, 179
Some people
being the records
absolutely are not.
associated to Alex Cox.
It's discouraging.
Did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes.
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
That is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes.
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
Yes.
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
Yes.
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
Yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
Yes.
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
That is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home, there's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
In Rexburg, Idaho, yes, approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreau left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes.
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreau had provided that?
Yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes.
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480 692-9612.
Yes.
And then during your, was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
Yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised
Well,
by the
right
FBI that they had
before,
executed
right
a
after he was
search
shot
warrant
at,
and located a track phone that was
um,
used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert?
he and Melanie
meaning,
had just sold their house
track phone
and they were getting ready to
used
split the proceeds.
in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps.
I don't know what they owed on it.
Yes.
They were selling it for $1 million.
On February 21st, did you
And
author a search warrant to
he
obtain
had
cell
a $1
phone
million
records
life
for
insurance
track
policy
phone
that was going to Melanie.
304-960-5998?
Yes.
And there is text messages that
Who
when
did
they
you
tried
believe
to,
at that time in your based upon your
they were trying to
investigation
talk Zulema
was
into
using that
moving
phone?
to
That track phone,
Idaho.
based on the information I had
And
at the
she
time,
said no,
and the
because she didn't
data,
have the money.
belonged to
And
Alexander.
Lori
Cox.
said, Melanie's going to take care of all of us. So there's that.
Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998,
Yep.
did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180.
Yep. I think Melanie might be charged next. They said
Inside that exhibit,
she's under
you
investigation.
can just
That came out
verify,
last week.
did the track phone provide a print off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store 5494?
And let's not forget the body cam of her dressed in all black with Alex
It should be its own
poking around
piece of paper.
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now in here.
around Brandon's parents' house
yes,
where he was
yes, I am
hiding
familiar with this
from
as well.
them.
Does that
I mean,
exhibit
the
contain
dad
a
actually
print-off
just
showing
happened
that
to
the
run
track
into
phone
her
was
in
purchased
their
on September
garage.
25th of 2019 at a Walmart
Yeah.
superstore in Idaho Falls,
Fucking
Idaho,
better be
store number
charged.
5494?
Yes.
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
Yeah.
Yes,
And does that also contain a print off of all of the call detail records for that track phone
Right.
number 304-960-5998?
yes, it does.
He
Will
did,
move
Queen. You
admit
should have seen him.
180.
He actually laid on the floor
All right.
and just went to
180 's
sleep.
good.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was activated until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone is no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes,
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
yes,
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
that is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes,
And is that number that is called by this track phone the 515-402-0143 number associated with Chad Daybell?
yes,
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
that is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes,
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
yes,
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
yes,
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
yes. I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants?
Yes,
for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, here we go. Lawyer Lori. Yay. Oh, they had a bunch of phones. Kentucky woman. Yes, they did. They had a bunch of burner phones and shit. And they weren't smart about it at all. Burner phones, but then he logged into his Google with the burner phone. Hello. I mean, I'm glad they weren't smart at what they did. But seriously, they were really stupid about it. He did. You should see. I put the
Keller,
big
you're the
table up so he
case
could have
agent
his
on
whole
this case,
track
is that
out.
correct?
Really big.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a
I
detective.
don't know. How
case
long have you
agent,
been a killer?
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations, both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr. Boudreau say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Robb, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Robb?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Robb and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that.
No, because it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter,
I'm
you
also not
stupid
disagreeing that
bitch.
it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
When
So
someone
when is
just
the first
almost
time
shoots you in
wrote
the head,
all
you
of your
tell me.
reports that it was a gray Jeep. So where did you
I'm
glean
so tired.
that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Speculation.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line
Yes.
search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I've knocked on X amount of doors and was unable to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though. Is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
Can object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer
Sustained.
Rob,
Sustained.
can I have a sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
Oh, here we
In your
go.
estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
Supposed shot. I'm so fucking sick of that.
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreau and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess. I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location.
No, Trina K objected and it was sustained. And so she argued that, and he said, sustained. And she said, can I have a sidebar? And he said, no, sustained, move on to the next question. She's so used to getting her way. You know, you don't understand. You probably could have continued. You could have lived a very good life going around being the freaking bitch that you are and having people just get you a new house and a new car, let you throw everything away every time, get all brand new shit. But you had to go and kill people. So guess what? Nobody thinks you're fucking cute at all. That's just it. Get over yourself. And she doesn't know how. She doesn't. She can't stand that she doesn't fucking get her way here. She really can't handle that. She's good and fired up, pissed off right now, though. And I hope she blows it. I hope so. I am here for it.
For that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, you kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
No,
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
no, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
You cannot?
no.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla, we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car, in the Tesla, was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes. That
Correct.
was like a 2 inch, I believe. based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check to expertise or knowledge, foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreau's car. But to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes.
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out to find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No.
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the 3 elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all 3 elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation. He's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
And neither is she.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSR, it's to collect, you've mentioned 3 elements.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
did,
know
Happy.
how
Very
accurate that
lucky.
is, but I do know how to
Very
collect
lucky.
it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There are some
But
experts that will
it's-
testify to this.
It's sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay.
And you don't know it either because you fucking Googled that. You're not an expert. Oh my God. I fucking can't stand the bitch.
You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik. Is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay. And how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lashik, Detective Olzak, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking,
Hold-
oh, sorry.
hold on.
I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lashik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a state.
What difference does it make?
Government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of in the same day?
Oh my God.
In the same day, and this was
Wow.
a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg.
You didn't pay for it, bitch. It's none of your business.
Okay.
Don't even talk about
And you flew
wasting
into
fucking
actual
money.
Rexburg at the little airport.
They have a small runway, that's correct.
And so you did not witness Ms. Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Ms. Lachik?
Oh my God. Are you
I
kidding?
do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Really? Oh my God. I can't with her. I cannot. Seriously.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And
multiple.
where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook before?
Arizona?
If I have been, it's only passing through, so I don't believe.
I've been
never
there a
stopped
whole
in
bunch of
Holbrook.
times. What the fuck does that mean?
Do you know how
Hey,
far away
Panda.
it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from.
It's like
Holbrook.
3
I know
hours.
it's
What?
north of us.
I can't.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook?
One was in Holbrook. That's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert. I can tell you
Me
that.
too. Me too,
None in Mesa?
Frazzle.
None in Mesa.
He doesn't
None in
know where they're
Phoenix?
all at. Does it matter?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
Oh my God.
None in
I'm going to fucking lose it with her.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't really
Do you
matter.
have any idea? Maybe you
One's
don't,
enough.
Do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know.
You know what? Let's just be clear. You know what? His own fucking activity on his burner phone that the idiot logged into his Google account with. No reason to have a burner phone, you fucking idiot. Puts him all over Gilbert area. Holbrook puts him in Arizona. That's enough. I can't. Somebody needs to fucking put a muzzle on this bitch. This is stupid. She gets to just talk to people like they're stupid. So fucking irritating. I don't know. Is there one in Timbuktu? Probably.
Oh,
On-
there's storage
Fuck.
capacity or how long it lasts. And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period
Christ.
I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data, and it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is
Oh
hit
my
with the
God. Beat a fucking dead
retention time.
horse.
So
Shit.
there was
Oh my God.
multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st, is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes,
nothing in Gilbert
This is unbelievable.
correct?
on October 2nd?
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd?
I would object to asked and answered.
Make it stop. Somebody fucking make it stop. I swear to God.
Technically, you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Timeframe meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, of 2019.
No, December 25th. Really? Oh, I can't with her. I can't.
You were mentioning before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work?
Oh,
Who do you call?
God.
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July, they were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was
Actually,
a
this is
collective
good.
phone
Keep
call,
it up.
And then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police
I
Department.
hope she keeps it up and says something
Detectives we went to the FBI.
so everyone can
field
know what a
office in
fucking
Phoenix,
loser
which
she is.
in, far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones. Is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
Right?
As far as I know, I don't know.
What were you wearing? Was it sexy? Was it hot?
So
Was it Daisy
in his
Dukes?
report on Bates pages 5482 to 5518, he created a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to. Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
She
She's there acting like what she's talking about is so relevant, you know, and it's.
Do you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Yes, on
15?
page 15, 9/25, 2019 at
Don't laugh. No one's in
21:10 hours. And I don't know if that's GMT or what time zone that's in, but
Okay.
It's
And for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
It would be 9-10 hours, 9,
PM.
9-10 PM. Again, I don't
It's
know
not
if it's
only-
GMT. Most of the data that I've seen
Whatever.
done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time? Okay.
Right.
So
Shut
on
up.
the top of the report there, it says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I'm going to check to this person's foundation as to knowledge.
The original question was if he was familiar with seeing it, so why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and I have seen this particular page you're talking about. But again, I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and as much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar.
This is just, see, she wants to beat a dead horse, like, and she's talking to him about something that he didn't do. It's like, because this is the thing. She tries to act like she really knows what she's talking about and get all indignant and snappy with people. It's so dumb. It really is. Sitting there like she's not hasn't killed multiple people. Shut up. Shut absolutely up. The thing, like people are supposed to take anything she says with a fucking grain of salt. So dumb. I was thinking the other day, she reminds me, this is like, Harry Johnson on the, in congressional hearings asking people questions, like what he's asking isn't completely fucking ridiculous, stupid, and people have to act like it's not stupid. Right. She don't want to go back to Idaho. The thing is, like I said, Arizona has allowed people to come and, let her do interviews and all this crap, right? Idaho doesn't let her do that. So she acts like she wants to go back there. She doesn't. And she don't get to go into court every day in Idaho and act like she's a lawyer. Okay. Right. Now that you've made everybody else sick, it's just so dumb. Like, you can just tell when people are like, I don't know what you're asking. Like how many elements are in gunshot residue? I don't know. What difference does it make? You know what? She was a hairdresser. Does she know how many hair salons there were in Gilbert? How many were there? Really, you don't know that? I thought you were a hairstylist. What ingredients are in hair dye? I can't believe you don't know that. I mean, shut up. Fuck my life. I can't with her. You did it. They don't need to have him on license plate readers all over the state. They have that he was here in that vehicle. He looked up the guy's address on his Google account from his burner phone. Good God. So stupid. I can't believe somebody doesn't tell her literally to shut up. I just want her to do something that is going to make the judge say she can't represent herself anymore. Can you imagine if she has to sit there with them and muzzle herself and she can't come in acting like, okay. So you really mean like you didn't even bother to measure that? Really? Oh, I want to fucking slap
All
her.
right, you can resume your cross of this.
Take your glasses off. Stupid.
And we'll go whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Thank God.
Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreau hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to
Oh.
him personally?
Oh. I think
may
this
have
is.
had a phone call early on, essentially explaining that he was going to do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not.
She might have
lengthy,
fucked
and
up
I
right
don't remember
here.
communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd, 2019.
And was it your understanding from that conversation that Brandon hired him to track Melanie?
I'm going to check, Your Honor.
Sustain.
See? She was fucking told not to do this.
What
Do
is
it.
the legal
Do it.
objection?
Well, it calls for hearsay, it's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want to open.
See? She was told not to do this.
So you did not email
Wow.
with him or text with him, Rich Robertson?
No, not that I remember.
And he didn't send you any kind of information on the case?
What difference does it make if he did?
Okay. Did Brandon ever convey that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm going to object to hearsay relevance.
Sustain.
Wow.
Detective
Oh,
Pillar,
no.
can you
I don't think so.
tell me
Kentucky
about
woman.
when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
Oh my God.
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer, determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene, to include Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody would have briefed us on that case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know. But I don't know, I can't remember who gave me a debriefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was
Okay.
the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I
Wow.
was the primary case agent, the detective. I tasked Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of Detective Biggs and Detective Ferrer with evidence collection tasks while I introduced myself to the 3 males sitting across the street from 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreau. And then we went to my vehicle to have an interview with an air conditioning because it was a little warm outside.
Okay. And when was the house cleared? Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The house was cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
Okay. So before you got there, that had already happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We used a third-party transcription service at that time. So yes, that was transcribed.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of those things he thought were transcription errors?
Yes.
So did you go back in preparation for this testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which is the company we used at the time. And there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So.
Well, look, when you have closed
There could be
captioning.
transcription problems in that interview.
It's possible.
Yep, exactly right,
But you
Queen.
didn't
Yep.
go back to check to see if there were.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay. And then where did you go next? You guys got out of the car, and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends, and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the
Oh my
crime scene?
God.
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time.
Okay.
But that was allowed under some supervision.
And then how long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system to say when we arrive on scene, when we close off, I wouldn't know that accurately, but I know it was hours we were out there.
A few hours.
Yes.
And then how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case agent, how do you wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there. Once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreau and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
And you had mentioned that contact before. So you had said that you have a special phone for victims to contact you on. Is that correct?
Not just victims, it's my work cell phone, and I'm very open with giving that number. I have been since my start days in CID. Victims, offenders, witnesses, whomever wants my cell phone, they can contact me by text or call.
So you have that separate from your own personal cell phone?
Oh, yes.
And then you had mentioned that you had taken Brandon's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form
Mhm.
It's a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of that, the software and all the content on that electronic device. So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene, you physically take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Yes,
And then how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it. In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
So within that same day,
Yes.
right? And it just gets turned over in the evidence bag and it's marked and all that?
It was never impounded, so although it's noted to be his and has his contact information in it, the point is to expedite the process. So instead of impounding it and then having to have it pulled out of evidence and then put back in so it could be ultimately returned to the owner, he gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying?
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house, he came and picked it up?
I believe so.
Okay.
How does any of that matter? None of that matters.
Sure.
Okay.
This woman irritates
Members
me.
of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15.
I know,
a.m., 10:15 a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
No. I want to see if anything is said here when the jury leaves. No, you're so right about that, Barbara. There is something with that garage. Actually, there's probably not. But she wants to act like somebody was in there and remember the whole tire iron, all this nonsense.
Jury's no longer present.
God, she irritates me.
10:15. I'd like the parties here as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his meeting calendar, should be wrapping up by then, but just in case there are things we need to discuss prior to the jury coming in. Anything from the state at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
mentioned childcare, she's like, should be able to get here by 10, but.
That's fine. The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but we should be done.
Okay.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so obviously everything's stuck in there, like over here, let's show what time we're starting on the 11th.
He needs to
That's
handle his
Friday.
childcare stuff.
I know, it's a couple days from now, it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I think it's just a CCNC.
Oh.
But sometimes you get stuck in courts and can't get out.
Right.
You know what?
I probably should start drafting up final instructions soon, I would think. So I'll try to get those maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll get recess for the evening.
You know, I would like to say that she keeps acting like there was a little kid there. I don't know what all that is about. I don't. She wants to act like something else did that to the window. And then, you know, the way she keeps talking about how, you know, like the friends were traipsing through the crime scene. You know, it wasn't like dead bodies laying around and shit. Maybe the piece of glass out there they found was from his car. Maybe it wasn't. None of that that actually doesn't even matter. Right? A lot of stuff. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter so much, but she does. She's all about that garage thing, and I don't know what the hell she thinks. It's, oh my gosh, she just drives me crazy. She drives me so damn crazy. I can't stand it. But I'm so glad that he pissed her off today. I love that. I really love that, you know, she wants really bad to get shit brought in that's going to cause all of her deeds. That's what I think. Yeah, I saw that there is a lot of stuff going on. I've been working on pulling stuff together and working on a thumbnail. There's some other things that I wanted to talk about as far as this, these riots and stuff. How, you know, they are very much, this is very well orchestrated, actually. And I've got some stuff showing, you know, the pallets were dropped off. Pallets of those cinder blocks were dropped off. You know, there's somebody funding this shit. Yeah, and it's really disgusting. And I can't deal if people are going to keep acting like it was under control. I can't handle that. I mean, stop. Again, I'm so fed up with people that are just acting like something is not true when we all fucking know it is. Just shit right in your face, and they're like, nope. Whole city's burning down. We got it under control. It's all good here. I can't. It was way out of control. Way out of control. And acting like it wasn't is so stupid. And, you know, I keep hearing different people on the news saying, well, you know, they had it under control. They didn't want, and okay, and forget all that. The fact is, you know, so if they want to keep saying that Trump incited these people, I don't give a flying fuck what incited them. I don't care. What their behavior was illegal. You don't allowed. Do you want to know how irritated I am by their behavior? How irritated I am by this fucking stupid twit right here in the damn courtroom? Yeah, I'm irritated by a lot of things. I don't get to just go out and act like a fucking fool. No, I don't even care what incited them because ICE was doing raids. Too bad. That's what they do. That's what their job is. I don't care if that pisses them off over there. And you're lying when you say the police had it under control. You put your police in a horrible position. This shit needs to stop. You know what? The same thing happened with the ones that were before, all the other riots that were going on. This stuff is organized, it's funded, and this shit needs to stop. It's very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. I can't believe that nobody's been seriously hurt. But a lot of people have had, you know, we should really start keeping track of, hold on one tiny second. Okay, I'm sorry. My son was calling me real quick. Exactly. And this is the problem with this. See, that all seems really stupid. Number one, it is stupid that they keep filing lawsuits on him about every single thing he does. Everything he does. And the fact is, it's such a waste of money. Not only is it that nonsense, but you have these fucked up, stupid judges that go along with this. This is all so out of hand. And this goes right along with, I'm sorry, but right along with them shooting him, along with all of it, they just want to, they want to keep up what they started so long ago, because Democrats and Republicans have gone along with this shit, with their bull crap. I'm sick of this. This is so dangerous and so harmful to our country. And how many, I would like to know how many people's businesses were severely damaged. I mean, it just goes on and on. Disrupting the whole damn city, burning it down. This shit's got to stop. You don't get to just do that because you're pissed off. God, this stuff makes me so angry. I think there are several live things, but I don't know. I have quite a bit of stuff to go over. So I'll be back live again and go over some of this. But it will be a little while because Mr. Snotty has his call in just a minute. So I don't want to be out there disturbing him. But anyway, yeah, I've got some proof that people are doing this, which we knew this anyway. We knew it. It's just sad. Everybody, please pray for our country, because I'm telling you, this shit is so sad. It just, and I would really like to know about those cops. You know, when did they get a break? When did they get to take that shit off? Any of that. But it is a lot. It's a lot. And it really upsets me. It has me upset. But anyway, I'll be back on later. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for listening to that stupid hooker too with me. I hate her. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you later. Bye. I love you.